Hello. Hello there. I'm back to streaming once again. This time it's going to be animating. Let's see how we're here. All lazy. Oh. It's going to be quite different compared to the previous streams, but it'll be interesting. So, to explain right away what I'm trying to do here, well, what I already did at first. What I already did is make the sketches for the animations. So that is already done. Already all the timing and everything, at least. I feel so. And what I need to do is do the outlining, the coloring and all that stuff, like the actual rendering of the animations. Ooh, Hoko, what you doing here? Little butt. So, well, I can just simply start it. So at first I have a clapping animation. Oh, well, I don't have the whole thing. As I said, at first I have a clapping animation, then just a cute one where the Mink looks to the audience, and then an annoyed one where like a disapproving animation. And those are three that I want to add to my tutorial show. Okay, what are you doing? No, you can't. Fine. Get a little back. Alright. I think I should lower the volume of the music a little bit. Alright. Hello, Blacklight. How are you doing? So, to kind of at first explain the animations here, well, the first one, the clapping one, is pretty simple, I'd say. Man, the program is running very slow right now. Is it because I'm streaming? Let's see. The computer is doing fine, so oh well. Doing good? That's great. I'm doing well too. And hopefully just fine. Although she annoyed me last night quite a lot. Isn't that right? You didn't let me sleep. So but so well, how I normally make animations is pretty straightforward. Also, it seems like I'm not streaming to one of the platforms. Yeah, I'm gonna lower the music a little bit further. Thank you for letting me know. Hope this is better now. And I need to check because it seems like I'm not streaming to... No, I am streaming to Twitch. For some reason, it's showing me that I'm only streaming to one of the two platforms. Wait, am I not live on YouTube? Oh, I am. Confusing. Much better? That's good. So, well, first of all, I want to say that I am not a professional in animating whatsoever. What I can do is simple animations like these ones here, where it's just whatever. Like just some small animations here and there, but I don't have the skills to be, for example, in an animation studio or something like that. But it suffices. So what I normally do is I have this default position, which is this one here that you can see, the still one, the idle position, where it just sits there and looks towards the drawing screen. That's how I normally do that. And then it transitions over to the animation, so in this case it's looking more upwards and raising the paws in order to clap. Simple as that. Right. And then the clapping animation itself, I wanted it to be fast enough. And I'm sorry that it's kind of laggy right now. It normally isn't, but apparently the stream is somehow slowing it down, although my computer is doing fine. Let me see. What if I set it to play all frames? Oh my god. Yeah. So slow. Well, can't be helped. I already took care of the timing, so even if it's kind of laggy, it doesn't matter all too much, because we're not gonna do a lot of playback things anyways, so it's fine. In order to enhance the clapping effect, I have these kind of arrows that spread out like a sound wave, and it's just a small subtle thing, but it adds a little bit of impact. Then of course also the tail as it's swooshing around. Looks very good. Thank you. Let me also restart my chat here. Yeah. I still have the normal YouTube, but the restream chat that you see on the lower left corner is not showing the comments for some reason. I can still see it in my YouTube chat, but the restream chat is somehow not doing what it is supposed to do. It was a short while ago. Technical difficulties always. It says online. Here. What? Why is it not able to... What program am I using? For drawing, it is Clip Studio Paint. The EX version. Because in the EX version you can do whole long animations without limit. While as the normal version... I think you can only have, what? 24 frames or something like that? Well, around that number of frames, so not a lot. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this issue with my chat. For some reason it's not working. That sucks. For some reason the restream thingy is not recognizing the event any longer that I'm streaming to right now. So the chat is not properly shown. And I can't deal with it right now, so, well, that's just how it's gonna be. Hi, Chaos. How are you doing? Well, right now, only Twitch chat is shown in the lower left corner. YouTube chat isn't, but do not worry. I can still read your messages also on YouTube. It's just that Restream is doing some weird stuff. Oh, thank you for the follow. What am I doing? Well, let me get back to explaining. I got interrupted by stupid technical difficulty crap. Alright, so what I'm doing here is doing some animations for my tutorial show. And want to add more little Mink animations to make the stream, not the stream, the show livelier and more interesting. So I want to add more to the set of emotions that the little Mink can show and actions it can do. So here is the clapping, and as I said, like, what I basically did was I have 3 different layers. One for the Mink itself, so this is just the body itself. Then the tail, and then the effects. And this makes it a bit easier, especially the tail, because sometimes the tail is kind of disconnected with the timing of the body animation, and so I can time the tail separately from the body. And also I can just take the tail animation and apply it to some other animation later, so I can reuse those frames, which is nice, so I don't have to draw it all over and over again all the time. And the fact just simply because, yeah. So when it's done, so it repeats the clapping a couple of times, it's swooshing the tail around, also in timing with the clapping, so it has the same amount of frames as the clapping animation. And once I am getting close to the end here, you can see there are some different frames. So it's slowing down and then lowering its pause. So it's just basically the inverse of the animation at the beginning. And also the tail is getting back into its default position. The tail is also slowing down and has a kind of like a bounce to it. And so it's a little bit further to the left, and then it bounces back into the default position and goes down and right. These kind of small tricks I do know about animation. Because I've been also watching a couple of animation streams of professional animators. So. Hello, the one and only C? Only? If I pronounce it correctly. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. It's been a while since I streamed again. So, the second one, again. Transitioning from the default position, and it's turning around, looking towards the viewers. And while I'm doing that, oops, I'm also let the mink, the little mink, lean back a little bit, and I just have to rotate the whole thing, which is the body itself basically retains the shape because it has that simple of a design. And so what I just need to do is change the position of the arms. So the one arm is disappearing behind the body, and the other one is just moving to the left here. And then it's reappearing on the other side. And there we go. The legs are basically not really doing much, and it's just how it normally is. Maybe bouncing a little bit forward, but that's about it. And the face is also rotating. This is a bit of the more complicated part, because I also have to make sure that the ears are rotating, so they're kind of like switching positions, which one is on the left side and which on the right. And yeah, but it's not that big of a deal. And yeah, and then doing this kind of like cute, how to say, this little tiny movement with the head. I don't even know how to describe it. You often see it in anime, I think. And when it does that, a little heart appears and it bounces off, then swooshes into position. And while doing so, I have this tail animation that I reused from the clapping animation. Very simple as that. And it swooshes once around, and when it's moving back, what I'm indicating is that it's popping the little heart. So it swooshes back, pop, and the heart is disappearing, and then bounce back again. When it's done, it's I just simply reuse the frames that I have in the beginning and let it go back into the default position. Also, not that complicated. And then the third one, which is basically the easiest, the simplest one. It's just it's turning around, kind of like leaning forward to emphasize the feeling. God damn it. Also, thank you, Blacklight. Yeah, and then the tail is just flopping down. It's just letting it fall. And also here again, I have added a little bit of a bounce. So at first it's like bending very strongly downwards, but there is still like a bit of a tension of the tail structure. So it's not just like a 90-degree angle or something like that, but it has curvature, and this curvature is bending a little bit more at the beginning because of the speed that the tail had, the momentum, that's the word. And but once it loses that momentum, it's bouncing back from the tension of the tail structure itself and going into this like resting position. And the Mink is just looking disapproving. It's just again a simple head rotation with the disapproving eyes. I find this in particular quite funny. And then the same again, it's just rotating back, so the head is just, the body animation is the same from before, just inverted. And the tail is swooshing up. So I cannot reuse the frames from the tail animation, because you can see, if I can look at the right side, or like let me explain it from the tip of the tail. The tip of the tail is still lagging back a little bit because of like physics, you know, the preservation of momentum. So it's like lagging a little bit. Well, this part is falling head first. You can see that this is furthest forward, and once it makes contact with the podest here, then the tip can catch up, because the middle part of the tail has been stopped abruptly, and so the tip is now on the other side. But I cannot reuse those frames, like I cannot do this here, this animation, because it looks not realistic. The more you watch my streams, the more respect you gain for anime artists. I am very far away from a professional animator, I want to emphasize again. So the anime animators, like, they are on a completely different level, especially on some studios where they have like amazing animation that they do in such a relatively short amount of time too. But yeah, but it's also not my goal. I don't aim for being a professional animator. Yeah, but still. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best here with the simple animations that I do here. So yeah, the tail, as I said before, it cannot just have the inverted frames, because as I said, there needs to be momentum. So at first the center part of the tail is moving up, while the tip is again lagging behind. So the tip is on the lower part or the right side of the tail. Well, if I do this here, whoops, the tip of the tail is all of a sudden on the left side. That's not correct. So what I need to do is I need to let this part of the tail move upwards. The tip is lagging behind, as you can see, and so it gives it kind of like this curvature. And then the center part is stopping. The tip is flicking up. Then again a little bit of a bounce, and gets back into the default position, and that's it. So that's how I basically animate it. Once again, if you have any questions, then feel free to ask me. It can be about anything. It doesn't need to be what I'm currently doing. It can be also about, I don't know, my cat, my tutorial show, some other projects that I'm working on or planning on working on. Whatever it is. If you're curious about it, just go ahead and ask. Of course, you have to follow the chat rules. That should go without saying, but other than that, just feel free to ask me whatever you want. You see a cat? Yes, there's a kitty. Kitty is far away, but he's there. Also, by the way, if you and this is directed towards the people on Twitch, if you hear me replying to somebody that you don't see in chat, that's because YouTube chat is not properly shown on my stream for some weird reason. Those are the technical difficulties that I've been talking about, but YouTube chat is still there. I'm still streaming to YouTube too. It's just a restream thing that is kind of weird right now. But yeah. So don't get confused. There are actual people that I'm replying to and not just talking to myself. So for example, Blacklight said just now cute kitty, but you cannot see it in the chat on the stream, on the Twitch side. Alright, so let's get to it. So I have this folder here, which is the sketch folder. I'm going to lower the opacity, and here I have the folder for the rendering, and there I have way more layers. It's probably gonna get a bit confusing, but I'll try my best. So I have a lot of different layers separated from each other. At the top I have the effect lines and colors. I always separate lines and colors, which you also I think normally do in animation. Then for the tail is still again separated. The mink, body of the mink, lines, shapes. Oh, also, yeah, I also have an extra layer for the shades, the colors, and the podest shades. And this thing here that you see right there, where the little mink is sitting on. Yeah, there is a cast shadow, a drop shadow from the mink itself. And it needs to be animated too, of course. So I'm starting with the lines. It's just logical. Yep. So it would be nice if I could. Well, I'm gonna stretch it out a little bit here. It's not that important that I have that much drawing space. It's just a small drawing, and therefore it's fine. And I have my own pen, which has a more of a constant thickness. So messing around with line weight is a lot of work in animation, and it's much easier if the lines have a constant width. And so I do that too. Alright, we are going here in the first frame. Well, actually, let me also. In order to make it a bit more compact, I'm actually gonna make more folders. So Wait a short second here. Tail. Bam. Alright. I'll have it a bit more compact so I can close this stuff. And I have to sketch much closer. So I'm also gonna hold it down here because I don't need it. This folder. So we are going over here and now I can see the sketch over here too in the frame, so I can have an easier time to do the timing. Alright. Rename it to 2. And let's go. So why is it not? Can I not draw here? What am I missing here? Render needs to be activated, of course. So, do not need the shades, do not need the color. Tail or the effects. Just the lines. I'm also a bit confused because there shouldn't be any lines shown. Okay, I can still not draw. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused right now. Because I should be able to draw right now, but I am not. Complicated layer stuff. Oh. That's weird. Why is it doing... It's just copying the image, but not making an actual normal layer for everything. Delete. Put this in here. There we go. Finally. Yeah, I can. That was weird. But whatever. Don't need onion skin either. Well, maybe but I'm probably... So what you see in orange right now is the so-called orange skin. Not orange, onion skin. Which is just showing the previous drawing. And so I can have an easier time following those lines where I need to. And the drawing process is not that exciting. Just drawing very simple lines in a very precise manner. So, if you have any questions, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to do so right now. It would be the perfect time for that. Because I really don't need to focus all too much on this. I can easily just talk while doing this tracing work. Also, the sketch is not perfect, so I'm gonna do some corrections on the fly. For example, the size of this ear is quite off. So I'm gonna draw it a bit smaller. Am I using a mouse? That would be torture. I am using a drawing screen, a Cintiq one. I could also do it with a normal drawing tablet. But yeah, doing this with a mouse would be impossible. And I'm stretching out the line over here a bit further, because it's gonna be hidden by the tail itself anyways, but I don't want to have the line too short. I can just extend it and it's totally fine. The whiskers too. The whiskers are a thing that I constantly forget. Not just for the little mink here, but in general. Whenever I also, for example, draw cats. It's always something that I forget. And that's pretty much the process here. I'm doing one frame after another. It's basically a very traditional approach to animating. Just drawing every single frame. Therefore it's quite time consuming, but I just prefer the look of these hand-drawn animations compared to vector-based stuff. It kind of looks like it's more of puppets that are moved, and then you have the separate individual parts like the arms, the fingers, the head and so on separate layers, and you just move around the parts and maybe transform them a little bit. And that's of course a much cheaper and quicker way to animate. And I'm not judging animated shows that are using this technique. I know how how much hard work it is to make hand-drawn animations. Not all of the studios can afford that. And it's not necessary. But I want to have it for my show. And I can do them myself, so I don't need to pay an animator huge sums for many hours of work. But I just do the many hours myself. You're also gonna see me repeat the lines over and over again quite a lot. Also a very normal process here. Can you do it lagging again? Also, I want to point out that the music you hear is made by a lot of very skilled and wonderful musicians. If you're interested in their music, you see their names on stream. Also, I'm fixing this window here because it's bothering me. I'm seeing right now that's not quite fitting. And if you're interested, either you can just see their name, for example here it's Popsky, and you just search it, or you can type in chat their name, and then you will get a short description and a link to their stuff. So you can just exclamation mark Popsky, for example, type it in the chat, and then you should get a link if Nightbot is working. So it is not guaranteed, you just need to hope for the best. If it's not working, then I'm sorry. Yeah. How many seconds will this animation be? The clapping animation is about 7 seconds. I'm sorry. This one here, the cute animation, I don't even know how to call it. This is like a bit more than 3 seconds, and the disapproving animation is also a bit more than 3 seconds. It's not that much. The longest one is definitely the clapping animation. Thank you, Orangey. Orangey. The line art is definitely the part of the animation that takes the longest, because you have to be very precise about it. And then later the coloring and stuff, you just splash in the color, and the shading needs to be adjusted a little bit, but it's not that much work compared to the lines. So here right now you see the first part is the most draining part, you could say. But we'll get there. There are like small things here for the lines that I need to be careful about. For example, here the body, it's ever so slightly getting thinner, so I cannot exactly follow the previous lines, but I have to slightly displace them. So you see that here, if you follow this line here, you can see that it's moving further to the right, because the little mink is stretching out, and therefore it's getting longer, but also the body is not just as compact anymore. It's not slouching like this, but it's properly like stretching out its back, and therefore it seems to be taller, but the body a bit more slender, and you need to emphasize that. But for a lot of parts of this animation, you don't need to be super precise. Like for example, the shape of the arm here and the thickness doesn't need to be the exact same all the time. It's an animation, and so there are a lot of frames played in a very quick succession, and you cannot exactly distinguish every single frame as you see it played out in real time. So these small imperfections will just be blurred out anyways. Especially if it's like a quick moving animation, then it really doesn't matter all that much. For something slower, like the stretching out of the body, where the lines are very close to each other, then I need to be more precise. But for the movement of the hand upwards, for example, where there's you can see a large gap in between, it doesn't matter all that much. Hmm. The head is definitely warping in a very weird way. That's not good. Why did I do that even? Weird. Hmm. Okay. Weird mistake that I did there. From the sketching. Hmm. Well, fix that. I really can see how the width of the head is all of a sudden getting much smaller, although there has been barely any rotation. That's not good. Yeah, be gone. Oh well. Something like this. Ear needs to be bigger. probably could do these lines with vector layers too, but I didn't test it beforehand. That's the thing, and I don't want to figure things out live on stream. I would like to know what I'm doing, at least to some degree. And I'm not very used to vector layers. With vector layers, I probably could adjust the line shape a bit easier. You don't have to redraw everything all the time, but alright. I'm gonna do the same for the other ones too. Stretch out the face a little bit more. Question is, can I still even use those sketches? To tell you a little bit about what else I'm working on, I started doing the first practice drawings for the upcoming bubble tutorial. I already did basically all of the research that I need to do about like looking up facts about bubbles and how they work and stuff like that. So I have already a pretty good idea in this regard. But of course I need to learn how to draw them. And that I'm trying right now, and it's not the easiest, I have to say. If you want to be very realistic, you can make a simple bubble very easily. But of course, I'm not gonna be satisfied with that. I need a bit more than that. I want to be more thorough and cover everything about bubbles. And one of the more complicated things about them is their texture, as to say. Because if you look very closely, then you see like this kind of wild mix of colors. Like, you know, this kind of soapy or like oily texture, where the colors are flowing into each other and they create all sorts of shapes, and it's very complicated, and figuring out how to paint that and also how to show how to paint that in a quick and easy way is complicated. I right now, for example, have to figure out what kind of tools I even want to use for painting bubbles. And that kind of stuff is already very specialized, and I can't really do that. I need to have something that is useful for a lot of people, also for those that are using traditional media. And so if I have some kind of specialized digital tool for drawing bubbles and like the texture of the bubbles, the paint, the color texture, then that's not gonna be very useful for those people who are drawing with pencils or watercolor or something like that. Like with some tools I'm sure you can mix some colors, but even then not the same as if we use digital media. So I don't know. I don't even know if that's gonna be part of the live drawings or if I'm just gonna have the drawing prepared beforehand and I will explain it. But I gotta say that bubbles are definitely very fascinating. Again, there is a lot of physics involved that is very interesting, in my opinion at least. And I will also bring it up in the tutorial itself. Not too much, of course, though. Like, I don't want to overcomplicate things. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But it's also still gonna take a while. Other than that, there's not that much going on, especially right now since I finished the commission for my friend, the big one. And I'm soon probably gonna be able to tell you what I've been even working on. Like, if he gives me the okay, then I could post something. The reason why I'm not just going ahead and post my drawings just like that is because it's stuff that's gonna sorry, it's stuff that's gonna be copyrighted. And before he takes care of all of that copyright stuff, I'm not gonna post anything, of course. And when I post something, if even, then it's gonna be with like strong watermarks and stuff like that, so nobody can rip it. But it feels good to be finally done with that project. Because it has been quite a lot of work, and it's been also quite repetitive in a way. I still like doing it, but it's still nice to focus on my own stuff right now. Other than that, I've been playing some games every now and then when I need a break. So I started with Paper Mario, the new one, Origami King. And I'm not very far into the game yet. I'm not even past the second world. But I do gotta say that I enjoyed quite a lot. It is very satisfying. There are a lot of satisfying aspects to this game that, you know, you can clearly see that the aim of this game is just to make you feel good, you know? It's not that challenging. Although it's not just super easy either, fortunately. But yeah, the writing is great, and the exploring aspect of it is also really fun, in my opinion. Let me just quickly check over here if everything is still running. Yeah. I'm very distrustful about the stream right now and if it's running or not because of the restream difficulties. I like being able to stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But it also comes with its own problems. And other than Origami King, I have been keeping on playing Stepmania quite a lot. Every 1 or 2 days. And it's still fun. I started in February and I still have a lot of fun with it. Maybe, who knows, maybe someday I will do a Stepmania stream. That would be only on Twitch though. Speaking of, I would like to do some gaming streams in the future. Maybe in the near future, who knows. But that would be, of course, only on Twitch. Because I want to separate it, the gaming stuff with the art stuff that I have on my YouTube channel. Because otherwise, people are gonna see me streaming some games on my YouTube channel and that's not what it is subscribed for. It's just gonna ask themselves, what is he doing? I'm not interested in him playing Cadence of Hyrule or Stepmania or whatever I'm gonna plan on playing. See, I'm not gonna do that. It's only gonna be on Twitch. There might be some people who follow me on Twitch and are also asking like, I only followed him for the art stuff, not for the game stuff. Enough people are streaming games on Twitch. I don't need another one. And to those people I say, I'm sorry. But I'm definitely not gonna make another channel just for gaming streams. Look at the draw, this line here is long. And yeah, that's basically it. I stopped playing Fire Emblem Three Houses because of Origami King. Although I'll probably continue that game too very soon, together with Origami King, because I'm in the middle of a route, the Blue Lions route, and I don't want to like not play that for a couple of months or however long it's gonna take me to finish Paper Mario, and then come back and have no idea what I've been doing, or like especially because of the character story stuff, the dialogues, which are normally connected to each other, and if there's a huge time in between, then I don't know what they're gonna talk about. Oh, yeah. So those frames right now are basically the intro frames. So just the little Mink preparing itself for the clapping animation. And now the next frame, which you also can see down here in the sketches, they have their own special names because they are gonna be the ones that will be repeated over and over again for the clapping animation. So I'm gonna include here, but I'm renaming it to open because the arms are open. Then I need to draw the closing, the clap, the opening, and that's gonna be it. Only those 4 frames that I have for the animation. Also, I can maybe explain how I even drew these frames. So you have the open frame. Like this. So the arms are fairly wide apart. Then the next one, the closing, and you can see there is only a very small movement, and also kind of indicated that the hands are again lagging a little bit behind. So the center part of the arm is moving more than the end here, the hand. It's kind of weird to call it hand because this little Mink just has these stumps as arms. Doesn't really have hands. Doesn't really have any fingers or toes or anything like that. But yeah, the front part is the hand. Let's just call it that. So yeah, the hand it doesn't move that much, but the arm does. So it's like more stretched out. But it's only a very small movement because you need to again consider momentum. So the speed of the the arms need to accelerate. They need to pick up speed, and at first they're gonna only have a little bit, and then it's speeding up, and then the next one already there's gonna be the clap. I don't need to have an in-between frame because they're already very close to each other. By the way, the animation itself, like every frame, like I have 30 frames per second as the setting. Something like 15 frames would be also already enough for the most part. But I like to have a bit more range. I could even go for 60 frames, but that's already a bit too much. It's not necessary. But 30 frames, although I'm not doing a 30 frame per second animation, like at most it's gonna be 15 frames, and most of the time it's like more 10 frames per second. But with 30 frames, I can move the frames very freely. So at some points I can decide, okay, I want to have 2 frames in between, and then I want to have 3 frames in between. And I can freely choose, I can move them around, I have a bit more room for doing that. Whereas if I would have something like 15 frames per second, then I cannot distinguish between like 2, 3 or 4 frames in between like I did in the like the equivalent of 2, 3 or 4 frames in the 30 frame spectrum, but it's just gonna be 1 frame. Like I cannot do half frames. That would the equivalent would be 1/2 of a frame or 1.5 of a frame. That's possible. If that makes sense what I'm talking about right now. So yeah. So there's gonna be the clap. And then the opening, again, very small movement. And also again, the hands are moving less than the arms. Therefore, the hands are still, like almost still sticking together. And then it's gonna be open. And it will repeat over and over again, and that's just... And I cannot show you a very fluid movement right now in like real time, because for some weird reason it's lagging while I'm streaming. But I mean, you're gonna see the end result in the tutorial show later. I would like to add these animations in the next tutorial. I cannot guarantee, like I'm probably gonna have the clapping animation and the cutesy animation. Still don't know how to call it, because they're very how to say, applicable. Like, those are animations that I'm probably gonna use a lot. Whereas the disapproving one, it depends on how I'm gonna write the tutorial. So if the disapproving animation is gonna be mostly for when I do a dumb joke, or there is something annoying that I'm talking about, or stuff like that, you know? Yeah, so that will depend where and if I'm gonna use it. Well, let's continue here. I'm sorry. Oh, Hoko.
You're so nicely stretched out, huh? Now, did that disturb you? How dare I? So sleepy.
Ah, damn it. So this sometimes happens, and I don't know why. It's probably some kind of driver issue. But sometimes the program does not recognize my pen properly anymore. It's just Clip Studio. And only the drawing part. Like, I still can do stuff normally over here in the menu part. but I can't continue drawing, and so I need to close the program and reopen it, which is not gonna take a long time. And there we go, we're back, and I can draw again. That fortunately it doesn't happen all too often, like maybe once or twice per week while I work normally. But it's okay. It's annoying, but not that big of a deal. Recently also had a very weird issue. Ah. Hello, nothing at all. How are you doing? Yeah, recently had a very weird issue because for some reason my webcam, especially in particular the webcam that I'm using right now in order to capture this part, and the cat, if the cat would be here, but she isn't. It was somehow interfering with my drawing tablet, and so for some weird reason it was causing a lot of lag. Yeah, but just simply disconnecting the webcam is the trick. And right now I'm having the webcam on a different USB port, and that seems to be working now, so I have no idea. But sometimes the technologies can be sometimes so weird. But oh well. And I don't know where Hoku is right now, probably in my bed. Or in the box? Or maybe she blesses us later again with her presence. For now, you just can look at my sofa. It's an alright sofa. It's somewhat comfortable. It's, yeah, it's a sofa. Have fun with it. Do I use a professional tablet and digital pencil? Yes. I use a Cintiq, and I guess that counts as professional. Like, the ability to draw on the screen is very nice. And I had this tablet for, like, this drawing screen for, when was it? When was it? 2015. I think so. Could be wrong. No, I'm right. Because in 2016 I started the tutorial show, and that was at the beginning of 2016, and then I already had the tablet, so it had to be 2015. 5 years already. Although I would not in particular recommend the one that I have, which is the Companion 2 version. So a tablet actually. So you can take it with you, and it has a battery, and you can just draw wherever you want. However, I had some issues with it, and now I can basically only use it while it's connected to my PC, which I prefer anyways, and I'm not really interested anymore in taking it with me and draw somewhere else, because I can just do that with paper and pencils, you know, if I want to draw in the park or at a friend's place while using the public transit. The issue that I had was that the battery, which is a lithium ion battery, has been bloating up, which is very dangerous. So what I noticed at that point was that the casing of the tablet was warping, and also the glass of the drawing of the screen was kind of like detaching itself partially from the case, which is not good. And I opened it up, which was also quite a hassle, because I partially had to break it open. You know, nowadays everything is glued, and yeah, it's not just screws that are being used, and so yeah, it's annoying. And then when I looked inside, I found out that the battery has been expanded quite a lot. So, you know, it's dangerous with those kind of batteries, because if they are punctured, if they're damaged in any sort of way, then they start bursting up in flames. And my guess is, if I would have left the battery for a while longer in there, then it could very well have happened that my tablet would have exploded. And I am like serious about it. Like, it would have literally exploded. It would have burst up in flames. Yeah, that would have sucked a lot for many reasons, not just because it's not the cheapest, those kind of tablets, but also all of my work would have been gone. I mean, I do backups every now and then, but still, the in-between backup stuff would have been gone, you know? And that's also very annoying. Normally there are months in between. So yeah, I removed the battery very carefully, that is, and then stored it nicely in a pot, because if for some reason it catches on fire, it just catches on fire in the metal pot, and so it's fine. It can burn inside there. And then disposed it properly in like a special disposal place for garbage like that, which then also had to be wrapped up in tape. Like, the guy who took it wrapped it up in tape, and said to me that later it will be buried under sand and kind of like triggered under the sand, so it bursts up in flames, but those flames are immediately getting extinguished. and then it can be safely disposed. Which is such a hassle for those kind of batteries. I wish we would use a safer technology, but it's just simply those batteries are just, you know, the cheapest for the capacity and also for the space, like the size of it that you can get. They have right now the best capacity, the best capacity size and price ratio. And I hope this will change as soon as possible. Like, having more capacity and stuff like that is nice, but what I care most about is that I want to have safer batteries. I don't want to have batteries all in all of my devices, in my Switch, in my phone, in my tablet, and what's on, that literally can explode, and very easily so, actually. You always wanted to be on one of my streams. Oh, that's nice. Well, here you are. Nice to have you here. Hope you're having a nice chill time. But yeah, as I said, the battery is removed, and it's still removed. I don't have a battery in my tablet right now. Like, I can show you my tablet, how it's completely messed up looking. This is how you normally don't see it on my show. So right here, don't have that much cable length, so that's just how much I can show you. First of all, what is this here? This plant? That's because the case, as I said before, it has expanded, and the glass has detached itself slightly from the case. Because of that, the touch input and the drawing input of the pen is sometimes messing up. Like, I can drag it around like this very easily, but sometimes it's not doing it properly, and that's because the pressure that is exerted of the glass on the layers below that are actually recognizing the pressure of my finger, and not the pressure of the finger, it's not pressure based but like conduction based. But yeah, if there's too much or too little pressure, then it's not working properly, and I can adjust this with this clamp here. I can turn it a little bit and increase or decrease the pressure. And over time it kind of changes, also probably depending on the temperature, and so I have to readjust it every now and then. While I'm doing drawing stream, I remove this clamp, and it still works somewhat without it. I don't necessarily need it, it's just basically here for like having a stable pressure, so I don't have to like press it with my finger all the time or something like that. But yeah, and the second thing is, also it's kind of partially tape and stuff, so I don't get dust into the depth that has put back. Not any dust gets under the glass, that would stuck a lot. Yeah, the second part is this thing that I just kind of like pasted it on here. It's kind of a little L-shape thingy, which was just some part that I found in my leftover parts. I don't even know where it belongs to, but
its shape is perfect. It's exactly the thing that I needed. So just have it glued on here. Tape on. This cable here is the power cable. Why do I have it here? Because I want to avoid that the power cable ever disconnects. For example, like I pull strongly or my cat runs across and it's out or something like that. Because when that happens, it's just gone. Now if I am in tablet mode, if I have it connected to my PC, then it doesn't matter all that much. I reconnect it and it's fine. But if I have it in tablet mode, like not connected to the and just running on itself, as its own computer. And you know, if a computer loses energy, like loses power, like if it loses the power connection here and it doesn't have a battery, then whoops, there's no electricity, it's gone. If that happens when I'm drawing something, it's gonna be gone. So I want to avoid it, and that's why I have this. It's such a massive thing at this point. I've been like yeah, it has some issues. Why all of this happened? Probably have myself.
So, I'm in front of the mic again, you can hear me a bit better. I hope you heard me well enough just now. I tried to speak a little bit louder. So yeah, the reason why all of this even happened... Where's my pen? Where did I put my pen? Oh. Was probably because I've been using my tablet outside, and like I've been drawing in a park, and I've been doing animation work. So stuff like this here. And stuff like this is very taxing for the computer, and it loses a lot of processor power. And I've been drawing in the middle of a park during summertime, so it was already very hot outside. And of course I've been drawing in the shadows also, because you can't see anything on the screen while you're sitting in the sun. So yeah, but still, probably it was overheating too much because of all of this. And the battery therefore had some issues, because you need to avoid overheating with those kind of batteries at all costs. And I can distinctively remember that at that day, like a specific day when I did that. Oh, Hoko, there we are again. Oh, come over here. Ah, there we go. Kitty, kitty. You excited? Did you make a poopy? Are you excited again, huh? But yeah, to finish the story. Yeah, so probably it overheated because of all of that. And then it got worse and worse and worse and expanded more. Like the battery already was kind of damaged. Yeah, what I was trying to say is, on that day I can distinctively remember that the tablet just crashed. Like I needed to restart it, and it took a while until I was able to restart it. Like it was just gone. And only like an hour or so later, when I also went back home, then I was finally able to start it up again, which kind of indicates like it has been overheating and it needed to cool down for a while. And yeah, much later than like almost a year later. Come on, Hopper. I know you want to cuddle with me. You want to lie right next to me. But the people want to see you. You're such a kitty. Oh yeah, that's the story. Let me actually take a little kitty break. Oh, there's the kitty. Oh, you want to pose now? Mm-hmm. Take a floof. Wanna play? Let's play a little bit. Let's take a break. Oh, boo boo. Oh, boo boo. Oh, you're already looking. You can see it. Arch enemy. Wah! Wah! Ha ha! Crack! Also, I can see that the chat here is not properly aligned. Whoops. There we go. You're such a kitty. You're such a kitty now. Ooh, boo boo. Wow. Wow. Kitty meow. Wow. Look behind. Ooh, ooh. Ignored? Aha! He fell down. Oh, boo boo. Look, look. Aha! There she is. Fished you out again. Disappearing. Move away. Catch it before it's gone. Almost gone. Oh, catch it. Oh, you lazy butt. Alright. Let's get back to drawing. I don't understand why she always wants to sit in this corner. Far away from my reach. What's so special about this corner, Hoku? Why do you like it so much? I don't understand. You even have your own blanket that you can ruin. But no, you have to lie over there. Well, people can still see you. That's important. Closing. So also while the little Mink is doing the clapping animation, it false alarm, sneezing alarm. While it's doing the clapping animation, its body also has a bit of a bounce to it. It's not just sitting still and just the arms are moving. That looks kind of boring. But the whole body is moving ever so slightly. So while it's clapping, it's bending a little bit inwards. Like it's lowering the head, as you can see, it's lowering ever so slightly. And it's always up and down, up and down. Also the legs are ever so slightly moving a little bit left and right. So clap, so everything is closing, and so the body is also getting a bit smaller, a bit more compact, and then stretching out. So also the back is stretching out a little bit more, the legs. But I don't want to exaggerate that kind of bounce animation too much, because then it's just way over the top and nobody's clapping like that. I mean, maybe like small kids are clapping like that, like clapping while jumping around and stuff, but you know, normally it would be a bit more subtle. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. So therefore I don't just redraw the hands, but I still have to redraw basically everything. One thing that is bothering me about the animation tools of this program here, well, Clip Studio is not really particularly made for animating or drawing. It has animation tools, but they are not as extensive as, for example, TV Paint that I used before. So why am I not using TV Paint any longer? Well, because in Clip Studio, first of all, I have all the tools that I'm used to, and I'm used to the program, whereas Clip Studio has different shortcuts, and some of them I cannot change myself, and so I always have to get used to it again. Like when I want to move the camera or stuff like that, or zooming in and out. It's different in TV Paint, and that's bothering me. I was trying to say, yeah. Also, for simple animations like these here, it doesn't matter all too much. For more complicated animations that are very, like, have a lot of action and different angles and whatnot, using this program here would be not very good. Let's say that. It doesn't really have many tools for animation, whereas TV Paint has tons. But for something like this, it's fine. I don't need more than that. So if I have the choice, then I'm just gonna use Clip Studio and that's it. So I just exported all those frames, like the default frames from TV Paint. So like these lines here, and also the coloring and the shading and so on is has been exported from TV Paint, and we use it as a reference. I think I also made another mistake in the sketch. Because this part here is getting narrower, which doesn't make sense if it's like lowering its head. Gonna fix that too. If you see me clicking on stuff that you cannot see on screen, like I just did right now. Like right now I have the settings for the Onin skin open, but you don't see it. That's just because I only do window capturing. And if new windows open, like for settings, then you can't see it. Don't get confused because of it. I could do just the whole screen sharing, but I don't like doing that. Also, I'm sorry that I'm so sniffly. Of course, I had to start getting sniffly right when I stream. Before that, I've been fine. How typical. Also, copying layers is a bit of a hassle, because what I need to do is copy the layer, and it's over here on my layer screen, which you cannot see right now, but it is there. Then rename it to clap. and then let it show up here. I'm selecting clap over here and there. There it is right now. And I can't just pick one layer right here from the timeline and just like hold control or alt or something like that and drag it over, and it creates a new layer as a copy. At least I haven't been able to figure out any sort of shortcut or anything like that does that. Oh well. Wait a second, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. And I'm muting my mic. Alright. Should be a little bit less sniffly now, at least for a while. Alright, so we made this copy, and then I'm simply erasing everything that I don't need. So what I want to do here is just take the head and slightly move it, and that's it. So I don't need to redraw it. Save some time. Hey there, Rad. How are you doing? By the way, if you want to share what you are currently working on, then feel free to do so. Tell us what you've been drawing or programming or sculpting, sewing, whatever it is. I would be interested. But yeah, there is something that I wanted to talk about, and that is the idea for the show and ask videos. I've been mentioning it in my New Year recap video that I released at the beginning of this video. Year. Talking is hard. And the idea was that I wanted to make videos where I answer questions and also show fan art and art that has been made with the help of my tutorials. And I've been thinking a lot about it and actually quite hesitant to make those, to start that show, for a couple of reasons. Which I won't explain all in detail right now, but yeah, I'm not so sure about it, if I even still want to make those kind of videos. But instead, I've been thinking about maybe just moving that idea to my streams. So I'm already answering questions during my streams freely, and anybody can ask questions and I'm happy to answer them. So that part is already there. And in addition to that, I could also show off art that people made, fan art of me, my cat, or whatever, a little Mink. Or stuff that people have been making with the help of my tutorials. And I could show that live on stream. You just need to share it with me. Like, I don't know, you could post it on Discord or tweet at me and just let me know during the stream so I don't miss it. And then I just show it off. I just show the picture and basically live react to it, if you could say that. Trying to make music, but waiting until my MIDI controller to come. I see. Making music. That's cool. Hope you will be able to very soon. Yeah, I also want to make music again. It's such a weird, such a complicated relationship, me and making music, because I'll always have some kind of melodies and some kind of ideas in my head, and I often feel motivated. Responses will be a tad late. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, yeah, I always feel motivated to make music, but when I actually do, uh, it's such a draining process to me. Like I'm not a professional musician in any sort of way. I don't really know much about music theory. And not much about composition, stuff like that. I just kind of feel if it's right or wrong. It's as if I know how to talk a language and I can listen to it and understand it. But talking is the more difficult than just understanding it, and I have no idea how to write or read. That's basically, or like barely any idea, like I'm mostly illiterate. That's basically me and my music skills, music making skills. Like I know the letters, you know, I know the notes by themselves, but I can't fluidly read them. In the same way I cannot fluidly write them. I always have to look things up. And always just, okay, does it feel right now? It's like I plop in the notes and just figure out what is the actual note that I'm trying to aim for, instead of just instinctively knowing it. Therefore, it's such a long and draining process. But I love having music that I made myself. It's so different to just use music from other people. Like right now, I'm playing music of a bunch of other people, and it's cool music. And I definitely do not have 70 tracks that I made. And also my music is not as good. And also my music is more of a background music while I'm talking over it during my videos. And the streams are a bit more calm, therefore the music is more in the foreground. And therefore needs to be better than the stuff that I make. And better suited it is. So how I normally make music, tell you my process, at least of right now, is I have my microphone and I just record myself doing beats with my mouth or melodies and stuff like that. And I can somewhat hit the notes correctly if I focus. And then have those recordings and then just try to match my recordings with the notes that I'm plopping down in my program. And that's it. That's basically it. I know a bunch of stuff about filters and effects and whatnot. Like that is easy to learn via YouTube tutorials and stuff like that. But I tried a bunch of times to learn music theory, also via YouTube videos and apps and whatnot. But I always just stopped at some point because it just didn't really get into my head properly. And also it's so time consuming to learn this. And you know, I already need to learn a bunch of other stuff all the time for my tutorials. So yeah, it's just how it is. So let me actually play this animation right now. I hope it's... my computer will be able to handle it somewhat okay. Actually, let me move it over here because over there I have it normally timed. The legs are a bit weird. What kind of tutorials do I make? Well, I can show you. I can give you the link. Nightbot worked, wonderful. And the tutorials that I make are drawing tutorials about all sorts of things. I did a lot about cats and wild cats, house cats and wild cats, because I just love cats, that's just how it is. I did a bunch of stuff about the basics, about shading, highlighting, and line weight, that kind of stuff, and perspective. Those are the older videos, but they're still holding up alright. I did some about orcas, dolphins, about roses, about books, about all sorts of stuff. And right now I'm working on a series about water, which will cover all sort of things. I'm already started with it, so my tutorial about water drops is already out. And I've been very thorough about this topic and tried to cover as many things about... no, Hoko, come on. Come, stay in the camera. No! Sit in this corner. So yeah. Water drops is already out. I'm working right now on bubbles. Soap bubbles and underwater bubbles and stuff like that. Foam. That sort of thing. Which also has to do with water, obviously. And then it's gonna be about waves and water splashes and waterfalls and rivers and the sea and lakes and stuff like that. Like, there will be so much about it. And here and there in between, I'm gonna make some other tutorials. Hoko, come on. so I don't just work on water related tutorials for the rest of this year, or however long it's gonna take me. Poco, come on. Stay up here. Hmm? Oh. Not happy about that, huh? You wanna cuddle with me right here? You're such a cuddle boo. You're such a cuddle boo. Oh, hey, turtle. Yes, she is very cute. And she really wants to lie next to me right now. Ah, okay. Now she finally accepted it. Also, by the way, I want to repeat it again. The chat that you can see right now on the stream is only showing Twitch because the restream software is somehow barking it up right now. It's still also streaming to YouTube. But for some reason it's not showing me the chat on restream. I still have the YouTube chat open normally, so I can still read your messages, but they are not being shown on stream. So stuff that you see on the lower left corner normally has Twitch and YouTube chat mixed together, but right now it's not working. Alright, so let's get back to the animation. Oh, Huckle. You're such a stretchy boo. Alright, so I want to fix the legs a little bit, especially the left one. I do love cats, that's for sure. The fact that I have one and that I made a lot of tutorials about cats probably already hints at that. And I grew up with cats. Ever since I was born there were cats. 3 of them when I was born. It was the first generation. Then we had a second generation after the first generation. You know, has died. And Poco is basically the third generation of cats that I live together with. There was Hanami too, but recently she sadly died. And there was really nothing that I was able to do. But yeah, I still have Poco, and I'm very happy about that. He's happy too. Listen to me. Now, how do I fix this? It's kind of a... I need to draw it a bit. Now the legs are moving in unison. New in my channel. Ah. I'm glad that I'm helpful. That's basically the point of my tutorial show, that I'm able to be helpful for others for drawing, learning how to draw. And your English is totally fine. Seriously. No need to worry about it. Oh, hope your internet is back again. I think the music kinda suits this animation. Like this happy upbeat music and it's clapping along. Alright then. So that's basically the clapping animation, and I'm able to just repeat it over and over again. So what I can do here, I'm stretching it out again. Selecting it, popping it over, but just holding Alt. And do this timing here because it's slightly different. The first one, the first clap is slightly slower because I want to indicate that it's speeding up at first and then picking up the movement. And thank you. I still think that I'm not that great at animating, but I at least know some basics. I am definitely... My skills are nothing compared to professional animators who would do that kind of stuff way quicker and way cleaner. But oh well. What I can do suffices for what I'm trying to aim for. It's repeating quite a lot of times. So we get just matching it up with the sketches, the sketch layer that I already have, where the timing is already fine. At least it should be. Internet died again. I'm sorry that your connection is not so good, but I still stay on stream. Okay. I hope your internet is gonna get better soon. So what have I been doing over there? Yeah, I have. For some weird reason, I have this closing frame that shouldn't be there. Then I just simply need to bring back the frames from before, but in the opposite order. And we have the last one. There we go. That should be fine. And so I'm gonna move on to the tail. Let's do the same thing again. What program do I use for animation and editing my videos? I use for drawing and animating. This program that I'm using right now is Clip Studio Paint EX to be precise. You need to have the EX version in order to have more than, I think, 24 frames or something like that. The normal version has only a very limited amount of frames, so basically I could only work until this point here, where the red line is, and that's it. And you can see there's way more that I need. And the program that I use for editing my videos is just simply Adobe Premiere. Nothing special about it. By the way, if you're curious, this kind of question and many other questions are answered in my FAQ. I hope Nightbot works in the YouTube chat too. Apparently it does not. Oh, it does actually. Okay, wonderful. But Nightbot on Twitch side doesn't have the text, it just has the link, which is fine, but I want to fix that later. Hopefully I remember. And also thank you that you think that my stream rules. I wouldn't go as far, but I hope you have a chill time. I'm still trying to get better at streaming and still do a couple of mistakes. And especially I need to get better at talking. That is something that I'm not very good at. But well. So, we have this here. I want to lower the opacity. For the sketch, I'm gonna deactivate the sketch. I only have the tail. And it should be fine. This is the first frame of the tail. It is barely moving. Only like this center part here is slightly moving. You can see. You compare the lines of the sketch. By the way, since I have some new viewers, I want to repeat again that the music that you can hear is made by a bunch of awesome musicians that are very worth, um, like, should definitely give them a follow or a subscription on YouTube. And if you're curious, you can see the name on the ticker at the top of the stream, and you can also type in their name in chat with an exclamation mark. I'm going to demonstrate it. For example, what's going on right now is also 101. I'm typing it in, and if you type it in correctly, you get a short description together with a link to their stuff. And you can do that for any musician that is played here, because I do want to give them proper credit. They provide their music for free for streams like mine, and so I want to help them out, at least in this kind of way. And also to describe once again what I'm doing right now, I am making animations for my tutorial show. That I'm going to use if the situation is alright. So like I have this. Let me actually zoom out again and switch over to just a sketch. So this is the sketch of my animations, the sketch layers. And the first animation is a clapping animation. So very simple. So it always starts from the default position. This is basically the position that I always have. So it's always starting from it and then returning to it. And this is how I can puzzle those animations together very easily in my videos. So it's stretching up and starting to clap. It's just a very easy animation. The tail is flicking back and forth in time with the clapping animation. And then we also have a bunch of other animations. I just need to remove the playback area all the time. So there we go. Another one is this one here. It's just this cute animation for like looking to the audience and I don't know. I could maybe use it for when I talk to the audience and thank them for watching and stuff like that, and then hey, thank you, I love you all. And then I show this animation. That's the idea behind it. So it's just it's leaning back and doing this kind of like this little head tilt, this cute one that you normally also see a lot in animes. And a little heart is popping out, and this heart is getting popped by the tail flick. This is the idea. I'm glad you like it, Turtle. And yeah, pretty easy. Also, by the way, the tail animation, the frames of that have been reused from the previous animation of the clap animation. If I already have it separated like that, then why not use it? And then I have a third one. Which is even simpler. It's just being annoyed or disapproving. Maybe I did a stupid joke or something annoying happened, and that's the reaction to it. Very simple. and it's just the tail flopping down. And you can see always when the tail is flicking back into a still position, like this here, it has a little bit of a bounce. I talked about it at the beginning. Like this is one of the basics that I do know. Give it a little bit of a bounce and make it more interesting, more lively. So at first it's like it still has a lot of momentum, so it bends quite a lot, but then the tension of the tail is letting it bounce back ever so slightly. And the same happens back here when it's flicking back up, and then it extends a bit further to the left and bounces back into the default position. If you look closely, you can see it while it is playing. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. The sketches have been done before the stream, because that's the part where I do need to focus a bit more. Oops, that was a bit too far. And during the stream, I'd like to just be able to relax, not think too much about what I'm drawing. And so I did it beforehand, and what I'm doing right now is just doing the outlining, and later on there will be the coloring too. And that is very easy, like it's stupid easy. It's very simple to do. You just need to draw the lines and that's it. And so I don't need to think too much about it, and so I can relax and just talk with you guys. One more person for your inspiration list. That's great. I'm very glad that I can inspire you to be creative. That's also the point of my work. Hoko has left us. Hoko, come here again. Come back. Come back, kitty. No, you just look at me. Okay. She's hopping into my bed. That's okay. So let's continue here. So I already did the lines for the basic body. Right now it's at low opacity, but here it is. So this is already done, but the tail needs to be animated too. And this is what I'm doing right now. Oh, whoops, I actually started it at the completely wrong time. I looked at the Mink body sketches and not the tail sketches for the timing. Oh, need to redraw it then. What I have to be careful about is also that I don't follow the sketch perfectly, but also focus on making the line smooth. It should look good compared to the previous frame, which you also can see in orange right here. Yeah. Yes, everything is digital. This is not traditional. I am using a drawing tablet that is connected to my PC, and I can draw directly on the screen, with this. And also I use a program that is called Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is not really an animation software. It is more specialized for drawing, just drawing, or how I call it, one frame art. But it also has this tool here, timeline tool, and you can make animations with it, and it works alright. It works pretty okay for our purposes. Also, the restream chat is working again. Wonderful. You can see a YouTube comment, like a YouTube chat, again on stream. For some weird reason, it decided to work again. Yay! So I guess it was not my fault for doing anything wrong, but just Restream was doing something weird. I already used Clip Studio, but found another more simple one. Okay. Yeah, what I can suggest to you if you trying to find a software for drawing in general, is just try out a bunch of programs. Photoshop, Clip Studio, Sai, Krita, and so on and so forth. There are so many, and they all have their own feeling to them. And for me, Clip Studio works the best. I tried a couple of them, but in the end I stuck to Clip Studio. And I've been using it ever since it was still called Manga Studio 5. I've been using it for quite a while. And there have been a lot of changes in the last couple years, for sure. You don't need to apologize for your English. It really doesn't matter all that much, even if you do some like minor grammar mistakes. As long as the person can understand you, it's fine. You're not writing an essay here or a job application, so who cares? You're from another country. Well, I'm also from a country that is not uh, natively English speaking. I'm from Austria. Not Australia, Austria. The country in the middle of Europe that talks in German. So yeah, English is not my native language. If that hasn't been obvious enough at this point. But yeah, I know the struggle and trying to be as correct with your English as possible, and you're always worried that the other person is not understanding you. I know that, but you don't need to worry all that much, seriously. With that being said, of course it's good to get better and trying to improve your language skills, your language proficiency, but no reason to get stressed out about it, is what I'm trying to say. Ah, from Brazil. Cool. Also, I'm sorry that I moved the screen all that much and rotated, and maybe it's nauseating to watch. But I always try to adjust the screen so that I can draw the lines as smoothly and easily as possible. So in the end, I actually save time doing that. Is it a ferret? I guess it's close. It's supposed to be a little mink. I know that it looks more like an ermine or a ferret, as you said. But yeah, it's just supposed to be a little mink because I call myself Mink, and wanted to have a mink mascot. keep on looking at the wrong layer. Just now I've been looking at the effect layer and not on the tail. I got confused for a while. I also need to fix the timing. There we go. So, it's pretty obvious that I'm not gonna finish this on this stream. I'm probably not even gonna finish the clapping animation. Which is fine though. But I still want to have all of these 3 animations done before I edit the next tutorial. So there's probably gonna be at least one more animation stream. And maybe I'm just gonna also do the rest later, just off stream. We'll see. It will still take me quite a while to be at the point where I'm almost done with the bubble drawing tutorial. Also, restream chat is again not showing the YouTube chat for some reason. It failed again. It really has some issues today. But oh well, it's fine. I'm gonna watch one of my tutorials. Alright, I hope that it's gonna be useful for you. I'm glad to hear that, Turtle. Pets emotions tutorial is the most useful for you. That's great. Coco, talking about cat emotions. You're in cuddle mode, right? Don't you wanna show yourself though?
very easily. Let's take a kitty break. If she's gonna decide to stay, just... Camera, come on. Wanna stretch out there? Sit down. Cuddle with my elbow. She is very cute. And she's coming down here again. Up there. When I'm done with the stream, you can cuddle next to me again. Okay? Okay? Now she's hanging there, looking down. She wants to sit there right next to me. But I want you to stay in front of the camera. You're gonna stay like that. You see the video. You're purring like crazy. Ever so slightly touching me. A little paw. You're such a foosball. Alright, let's get back to this. Drawing. I think hopefully it's calmed down. At least a little bit. Let's see. So. In my sketches I definitely did the mistake of drawing the base of the tail way wrong. Like it starts over here, but for some reason I started over there in my sketches. But I can fix that. It's not that big of a deal.
sleeping? Not quite. But she seems very sleepy. Are you exhausted? He's still purring like crazy. He hasn't stopped. Oh, you little silly boo. I also probably should do a stretching break because I've been streaming for over 3 hours and I've been just sitting there, and I tend to do that during my drawing streams. That I just completely focus on the stream and the drawing and not pay attention to my back or butt. And afterwards it hurts a lot. So I'm gonna do a short break, just a few minutes, and I will be right back. And take that opportunity to also do some stretching exercises, maybe. Get some, or something to drink, or some snacks. And we'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Hoko is still here, purring like crazy. Do I have a Warrior Cats book? I don't. I never read any of the books. My sister has a lot of them, so I could borrow them from her. Although they are in German, I would prefer it if they would be in English, but well. I only heard good things about it, and also a lot of people in my comments on my cat tutorials are mentioning the book series. So yeah, I might give it a try at some point. The thing is just, I am not really the reading type, I have to admit. Yeah, reading books is just not my thing, really. When I want to experience stories, I normally prefer it in a visual way, with comics or animations, or with actors or whatever. But maybe someday. What I know at least is that the cats of that book series have very cool sounding names. At least my sister has told me some, which were in German, but I can imagine the English versions. Like names like, I don't know, Moonclaw or Ember Eye or something like that, which I just made up. Those aren't like names that I remembered because my memory is terrible. But yeah, get the idea. And I'm thinking about maybe finishing this animation today, or at least getting close to it, so that I at least have one of the three finished. And then I could maybe do the last two ones on the next stream. But to finish all of this, probably not more than 3 streams would be necessary. Goodness. And she's gone again, yes. Went outside, maybe to drink or eat something. Also, by the way, if you see me pulling this rope here, well, you can probably already tell I'm opening and closing the door like that, because I don't want to leave it open for temperature purposes, although there aren't really many, but also I want to not my sound to reverb outside in the hall where all the neighbors can hear me. So yeah. Yeah, I have this rope just simply because I'm lazy and I don't want to stand up every single time when my cat opens the door to get inside or outside of my living room. Ah, it would be very annoying. It's already sometimes annoying if I just have to pull the rope all the time when my cat goes crazy and just runs back and forth between rooms and always opening the door. Your lazy level is higher than mine? Not so sure about that. I don't know you. But my laziness level is pretty high, I do have to say. Although this is not a competition here. Especially for something like laziness, that would be silly. I mean, yeah, also would like to be not that lazy and be more productive and not have to feel bad about my laziness. But you know, there is a good point that I heard recently about somebody who's also lazy quite often, and that is that at least your laziness forces you, quote unquote, forces you to take breaks. So being lazy is still better than burning yourself out all the time because you just can't stop, you know? Taking breaks is important, and if it needs to be laziness that forces you to do that, then that's alright. I also could be way more productive and maybe have twice as many tutorials out than I already do. But you know, there's other stuff. I need to take breaks. I need to take care of my mental health every now and then. And I want to do other stuff. I want to also hang out with friends and play games and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong about it. We're drawing, but we get lazy again. Well, that forces you to take breaks so your hand doesn't hurt like crazy. So at least there's that. And sometimes do the mistake of getting too absorbed in drawing, and my hand just hurts like crazy the next day. And then I need to take a break because I can't do anything with the hand. It's too cold there. Ah yeah, it's winter time over there right now. It's true. Well, it's pretty hot over here. Room temperature, I don't know. Probably getting very close to 30 degrees. Which is not very comfortable. Yeah, the chat is... Uh, don't pay attention. If you're on the YouTube side, don't really pay too much attention to the chat on the stream. It's not working. It's only showing Twitch chat. Like here, if I type something in Twitch, then it has no problem with it. But, yeah. It's pretty much clear that it's not my fault, but Restream is just having some issues because it bounced back to working again. At the beginning of the stream it also worked, so it's just the servers probably, or the connection between YouTube and the Restream servers. I don't know. But it doesn't matter all too much. I mean, on YouTube you have the YouTube chat, not on the screen, but separately, so you can still read the chat over there. It's just kind of sucks on the Twitch side, because they don't see the YouTube chat, unfortunately. But hopefully it's just today, and next time it's gonna work normally again. It's the first time that I had this kind of issue. Previous streams never had this kind of problem. I messed this part up because it's like slowly traveling up, which is obviously not supposed to do that. I actually use these lines here in the background for reference. Yes, I do like Steven Universe quite a lot. I haven't watched the newer episodes yet, but I plan to do so, at least relatively soon. made some tutorials about Steven Universe characters too. Well, that's probably because why you're mentioning it, because you saw tutorials. But yeah, it has been fun making them. But I'm probably not gonna do any more or any other kind of cartoon character related tutorials. Because it's not a very, first of all, not a very good strategy for my channel to grow and stuff, which unfortunately I do have to pay attention to. And also, it's not the best for my personal growth. Because drawing cartoon characters like these is not too complicated, and I would like to have more challenging topics, if that makes sense. Do I draw humans too? Yes. Do I have tutorials about them? Not yet. The thing is about human anatomy tutorials is that there are already a lot of them out there, and very good ones at that. It's basically the topic that most art teachers and tutorial makers talk about. It's human anatomy. That's the thing that most people care about. So there is a lot of that out there already. So first of all, my worry is that if I make one, it just is gonna get buried under all of the other ones. Like, for example, if I make a tutorial about how to draw hands. Alright, there are already like hundreds, maybe not hundreds, but probably 100 of tutorials out there already. And I have to be very lucky in order to show up somewhat, like maybe in the top 20 or something of the search results in YouTube if I sorry, I'm burping. If I make one myself. I already see that effect with some other tutorials that I have. For example, with my let's compare my dolphin and orca tutorial. So without looking up any numbers or something like that, you would probably guess that my dolphin tutorial would do better, because you know there are more people who want to draw dolphins, and dolphins are more popular than killer whales or orcas. But the performance of my videos on those two has been the opposite. I have way more views on my orca tutorials simply because I don't have that much competition. And therefore, my video was able to get high up enough on the YouTube search results, and that's where it got all of the views from. Whereas my dolphin tutorial is buried, as I said before, underneath 100 different other kinds of videos. A lot of them not even tutorial videos, but just some drawing video that involved a dolphin. A lot of them also for kids. And yeah, my video is not able to compete with all of these videos that already have tens of thousands of views or more than that, and yeah, there's just no hope for it. And my fear is that the same would happen with human anatomy related tutorials. Do I know that for certain? No. It could very well be that I make a hand drawing tutorial and it's gonna be at the top 3 and I get crazy amount of views from it. That could happen. Is it likely? No. So if I make one of these videos then first of all, I already want to be very good. I want to have a lot of practice already. First of all, in general, so in general, my drawing skills are quite developed, and also in particular the human anatomy part. So I already have a lot of practice. So I'm definitely, like, most likely I'm not gonna do a human anatomy related one this year. Maybe next year, who knows? But I already started learning about human anatomy. I just recently collected a bunch of resources and tutorials and references and stuff like that. So I already started getting prepared for it, but I will take a lot of time in order to get better at it. Because also the thing is, if you compare a tutorial about the anatomy of an animal and human anatomy, the thing is, for human anatomy you have to be even more precise in order to make a good tutorial. If you want to make a realistic tutorial, that is. Because our human eyes are obviously trained for recognizing human features, and if there is something off, then we would way more notice it in the case of a drawn human compared to a drawn dolphin or something. Like, if I'm not perfect with my dolphin drawing, it doesn't matter all that much, because our human eyes aren't that well trained in order to recognize differences between dolphins and you know, for us, all of the dolphins, if they are of the same kind, look the same. Although there are definitely gonna be some differences, but yeah, you need to be very trained. Your eyes need to be very trained in order to recognize those differences in dolphins. But for humans, it's already obvious to us. Human anatomy is very hard, in your opinion, and need a lot of practice. Yes, it is very hard, also because of reasons that I just explained. Because, you know, you need to be more precise about it, otherwise it will look very off. Oh, also the chat is back. Wonderful. Let's see how long it will last. So yeah, those are my thoughts about human anatomy, making human anatomy tutorials. Yeah, it's gonna take a while until I start with that. And when I do, it's gonna be really extensive. Like, as I said, there are already a lot of very good tutorials out there, and I need to compete with those. So, gotta have something that also differentiates my tutorials from them, because I don't want to just copy them. Like, that's not what I do. I figure out my own techniques and then explain them. And you know, I want to also bring up a lot of facts and show a lot of resources. Maybe do a lot of photo series. I don't know. So, well, I fixed this animation now. Finally. so it doesn't weirdly expand here to space. So there is a different fix. This way. Also, PD is gone. Wow. Still not back. She's lying outside. Who knows? Thank you, Turtle. As you can see, it's a very slow process. That's just how it is with animation. In particular with frame by frame animation, that is. Yeah, this song reminds me of the news of the new Pokemon Snap game. I'm very excited for it. We've been waiting quite a long time for it. There's still no information about when it will come out, it is, but I can wait, of course. When it will come out, it's gonna be great. At least I hope so. But I don't think Nintendo will mess it up. I'm sorry, the Pokemon Company will mess it up. Different things, of course. Though not really, but I don't know the details. So, those are the 12 animation frames for the tail, and so I can now, well, first let me take a close look again without the sketch and the onion skin. You like that song? Yes, very good. Insane in the Rain is awesome. He and a bunch of people that he works together with are very good musicians. That's fine. We have a channel character. Well, yes. I asked about it before, and this is a little mink, not a ferret, although I do understand the confusion. It kind of looks more like a ferret, I admit. And yeah, it has been the icon of like my channel character, my channel mascot for ever since I started with my tutorial show. And even before that. When I just did drawings on Facebook. Yeah. I mean the story behind it. Do I have a command for that? I don't remember. Let's try it. We have a name command. No. Maybe I should add it. Well, I call myself Mink. And the reason behind that is just simply because I'm a fan of the Legend of Zelda series, where the hero's name is Link, an L. My name starts with an M, and so as a kid I had the brilliant idea of just combining those two names and call myself Mink. And I'm not very creative with names, and so I just stuck with it also in other games and then on chat rooms and social media, and it stuck around till this day, and I still call myself Mink. Well, so you can make fan art. Yeah, you can surely make fan art. You're absolutely welcome to do so, and I would actually love to see your fan art of my little Mink. If you need references, I mean, on my tutorial shows you can see an animated version of it all the time. My channel art also has the little Mink. So yeah, should be enough references, I hope. Yeah, to just finish the story of my name, so yeah, I just call myself Mink. And just simply because I'm not creative, and therefore I just stuck with that name. And then way later actually, I found out that a mink in the English language is a cute animal, and yeah, ever since then I decided to make it my mascot. And I designed this little mink, and yeah, ever since then it has been my mascot. Not very an impressive story or anything like that. But yeah. And so yeah, about fan art, feel free to make fan art as much as you'd like. And I've talked about it before. Also, chat is gone again. This didn't take a long time. Bye bye YouTube chat. At least on the screen. I can still read it, of course. So as I mentioned before, in my 2019 recap tutorial video, I talked about starting a new series of videos that is called Show and Ask videos, where first of all people can ask me questions, whatever they want, but also submit drawings, fan art drawings, and stuff like that. But I'm kind of hesitant to start these kind of videos for various reasons. First of all, it's also quite a lot of work, I do have to admit, because I have to collect all of these drawings and questions and store them, and there's a lot of organization work that would involve that. Then there is my social awkwardness a little bit involved, and the fact that it is a video and not live is kind of off-putting in a way that it wouldn't feel genuine if I would react to fan art or questions, and if I answer questions live or react to drawings that I just saw during my stream, it would be much better. So therefore I'm thinking about moving this idea to my streams. Sorry, I'm burpy again. So on my streams already you can just ask me anything, and that already has been the case for a while, for all the time. But you also can submit art, and you just let me know during the stream, and I can show it off and react to it live, because it's gonna be the first time when I see it. Of course, you can also send me fan art in between streams. I'm not very regular in my streams, and at most I'd stream once every week, so yeah. You don't have to wait that long in order to show me your drawing, your fan art, or the art you made with the help of my tutorials. But yeah, if you send me something during my stream, then I would love to show it off and implement it into my streams. That would be fun, I think. Just a few YouTube like social media. It's okay to post here. As far as I know, you can't post pictures on YouTube. I mean, there's only the community tab, and then only I am able to post pictures. So you would have to send it to me. Like, you would have to either like use Twitter or Tumblr or DeviantArt or like it. I don't really care on which social media it is, but at least one of them. I mean, it's also possible that you can send it to me via email. Although I would prefer it on some kind of social media. The most I would prefer it on Twitter. Like, that would be the platform, would be the best. Also because I could retweet it and show it to others on Twitter, and that would be nice. Like a video. Okay, sorry. A little animation. I see. Sure. Yeah, then you can post it on YouTube, and I can show it on my stream if you allow it. Absolutely. Or you just show it to me in between streams, and I take a look at it. Yeah. But as a general information also for other people, you can send me art, fan art, or art that has been made with the help of my tutorials. Also, of course, in between streams, but if you send it to me during streams or shortly before stream and you want me to show it off, then I would love to do so. So other people can see your awesome art. So, and basically I'm almost done with the tail. I still have to make one more frame here. One extra frame for the bounce back. Alright. That's the tail. Let's play it. Turn off the sketch. There we go. I already see a little mistake. The end. Tip of the tail is kinda weird. Where am I? Ugh. It's confusing to find myself again in this timeline. So. I wanna make this a bit pointier. I'm glad you like it, Turtle. Meow meow. Who do we have here again? Little kitty. Little kitty now. Come up here again. She protects, she attacks, but the most important one, she wants to stay in his back. Close enough, yes. Although I'm not so sure about the protect part. Well, that's not true. She is protecting me from little bugs. A little hunter. too happy about the last couple frames. Make it a bit quiet here. I already want to start making fan art. Alright then. Have fun. See you later. Alright. Bye bye. Weirdly, it goes in a zigzag motion. It's not good. Yeah. This tip here should be over there. Here. Yeah, just a little further. see. This is better. A little bit better. No, much better. Alright, with that the line art is done. At least, as far as I can see. Let's play the whole thing again. Let's increase the opacity of this one. There is an overlap with the lines, but it doesn't matter because the color of the tail will cover the lines from the mink body. That's fine. Alright, well, seems okay. At least for my standards. So, I can keep moving on. So, next up I want to do some coloring. For that purpose, I'm gonna turn on this background here. Because the mink is white. And white on white is not very easy to distinguish, obviously. We need to do something about that. And this time we can just go ahead and start with the tail. Because apparently... Apparently I do not have color layer, but it doesn't matter. Quickly make one. Tail colors, tail... Activate it over here, there we go. And do I have to write? It doesn't look white. Yeah. Wrong. Opacity is 100%. This opacity hasn't been. Okay. Why is it above the lines? Oh, I'm silly. It actually is. Then in this case, let me lower the opacity over here so I can distinguish it. And let's get the tail colors. just need to have this kind of border here. So I don't have an open end. And then I'll set this to my reference layer, the tail lines. And if everything works well, I should just be able to use the paint bucket tool, which does work wonderfully. So, this is the part that's gonna be the quickest and easiest. Not really anything complicated here, just filling out all of these layers. The color of the background, by the way, doesn't matter what it is, it just needs to be in between the white and the black in terms of contrast, and also be colored. So if there is gonna be some tiny gap, like something that hasn't been colored properly, I can see the color through it and fix it that way very easily. But so far, the paint bucket tool is working so well that I barely need to make any corrections whatsoever. Alright, we already have the 12 main frames with the timing over here. So that it perfectly matches up with the lines. And then just copy paste over and over again. Already. end. So at the end, it's slowing down the tail flick, and therefore there's more space in between the frames. As I mentioned before, I like to work in 30 frames per second, although I do not make a 30 frame per second animation, but it gives me the option to be more free in or with the gap in between the frames. Like normally there has been 2 frames in between, and there I can increase it to 3 frames and then 4 and so on and so forth. Whereas with a 15 frames per second animation, I don't have that much freedom. Then number 13. And there we go. There we go. Let's play it. The tail is colored. Let's move on to the body. I could just go with the shading, but since I already have the white color picked out, I'm just gonna continue with that. Go color. Over here I do have the color already for the first frame. That's good. Color of the tail in that too still. Well, that's not good. Fix that. Or I just, you know what, I'm just gonna delete it. But actually, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Okay. Never mind. Oh, already back. Welcome back. You did the sketch animation. That was quick. That was very quick. That was by far not as quick with my sketches. So... This reference link again. Okay, over here. Selected layers, okay. Oh, cool. Didn't know that I can do that. Learn something new. Yeah, I guessed so. That it's just a rough sketch that you did and not the full animation. That would have been crazy. Here I just can use the paint bucket tool, make some small corrections in the corners. Not even noticeable, but I still want to be perfect about it. Actually, let me do something a little different. No, it doesn't matter actually. Whatever. No, it does matter. Ah. I need to deactivate the tail. Do it like this. So we can ensure smooth transition all the time. Right. Literally, you don't have to come up with questions. Totally fine if you just relax, just watch or draw something yourself, or play some games while the stream is running. The purpose of these streams is not that you entertain me, but the opposite way. I'm doing very quick progress here. The coloring is going very fast, as it was expected, of course. Not too complicated. I'm renaming the layers again. Gonna play some games? Sounds good. Have fun with that. Like, see people drawing, it gives you ideas, helps with the art block. Makes sense. It works the same for me. Not all the time, but most of the time. Let's see how it's gonna look like with the tail activated again. There should be... Here's a connection problem. Fix that. Do that by extending this line here. And also the color. Still not. Those lines. Hmm. Buy again. Alright. What color is not? Oh, oops. That should be fine. let's play the whole thing. It's very laggy, but I hope as it plays through the whole thing it's gonna get better. Well, not really. Too much for the PC right now, apparently. Although the CPU is doing just fine. But I think Clip Studio is a single core application. Like it's not able to use a multi-core. And the one core that it's using is probably getting to its limit. Let's see. Yeah, there's one core that is like very high usage. I'm gonna stop it. Yeah. And it's going down. Yeah, not enough single core performance. Oh well. Could somehow maybe reserve this application to just a specific core that would be made. But oh well. No idea how to do that. And the PC might actually do that anyways when that one application needs a lot of performance. Yeah. No idea how that works. So the coloring is done. Now we're gonna move on to the shading. First, again, it's gonna be the tail. How we're gonna do this? Shapes. Wait. I do not want this. Hey there, Psycho. Nice to see you here. Also nice, the the YouTube side of the chat is working again on the stream. You fixed it, Psycho. Well done. I want this here. For some weird reason, it has this weird outline. Would I export it? Let me see. We can blur it out a little bit. How are you doing, Psycho? Hope you're doing well. probably gonna take a break again very soon. Or I might stop streaming. I can definitely feel it in my neck. You don't have to apologize for getting late here. Working on your finals and just got the notification. Everything is alright. Ah, let's see. Well, I hope that everything is gonna go well with your finals. When are they gonna be? But good to read that everything else is alright. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Just my neck is hurting right now. But that's... There's only me to blame. Also, the chat is not working again. I have the problem that the restream chat on the stream, as you can see on the left side, is not working properly. The YouTube part of it is most of the time not showing up. It's for some reason not able to connect with YouTube properly right now. Although the stream is working just fine on YouTube. Nobody has reported any kind of issues. It's just the chat for some weird reason. So Restream is having some issues. Restream is the platform that I'm using in order to stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Well, that's okay. By filling out everything. That's one nice thing about animating here in Clip Studio instead of TV Paint. The ability to clip a layer on the layer below. The shading is much easier this way. You finish your semester tomorrow. After that, I'm going back to making music. And yeah, YouTube has been working kind of weird today. I literally just got the notification that you were streaming. Interesting. Well, exciting that your semester is gonna be finished tomorrow. Wish you all the best. Hope your finals are gonna go well. And well, perfect timing. One of your songs is playing right now. I'm looking forward to more music from you. I also want to say that I can definitely hear a lot of improvement in your works. I mean, your old songs are also pretty good, but there's clearly a difference to your newer songs, and that's cool. Yeah, YouTube has been weird. I don't know, maybe it's on YouTube side that there are these issues. Maybe Restream is not to blame at all. Oh well. Yeah, I also want to get back to making music again. I already installed the program that I normally use for making music on my PC. Before that, it only has been on my laptop. And I want to make more. But I know that once I start, it's gonna be quite a drag because I'm so bad at making music and it's taking so long. But yeah, I would like to make more retro wave style music. Like something that's playing right now. It would be very cool. Yeah, one thing that I haven't even talked about, what I wanted to mention is, that I want to make a new kind of a video series, or like a video show, that's probably gonna be called Art Talk, or something like that. Where, well, the idea behind this is very simple. I just talk about a topic that is art related, and before that I do a bunch of research related to that. And once I think I have done enough research and got enough objective information, then I can make a video out of it. There are a couple of topics that I already think would be interesting to make videos about. And probably the first thing that I'm gonna do is tackling the question of whether or not it's okay to use references. Because, believe it or not, there still seems to be a debate about that, although like, for me, in my opinion, it should be very clear that it's totally fine to use references, but apparently a lot of people don't think so. So I want to tackle that topic and talk about it and use a bunch of, also show a bunch of examples of professional works in animation and painters and whatnot and so forth who did use references, and that's in the art, it is very normal to do in the art world. And a bunch of extra thoughts that they have and so on and so forth. And then there are also a lot of other topics. And yeah, that would be nice. But I also have to design these kind of videos. I could just film myself and have that as the basic thing, but I would like to have some kind of title screen, maybe its own kind of music. And so yeah. No. Psychofox says, thank you. I'm always trying to improve and learn. Hopefully someday we can do a collab. I would love to make music with you. That sounds cool, yeah. Although I'm not at your level, I'm far worse than you, so I would not bring in much into the collab work, but yeah, I would be open for it at someday. Yeah, I would love to see that kind of videos. That is awesome. Happy to hear that. Oh, sorry. That took me by surprise. So, and the shading is just basically like cutting out a slight sliver over here. And cutting it out, and this is where the light hits the fur. As simple as that. In this case, however, I have run a wrong layer. I have to start with this one, obviously. In this case, I have to do a lot of going back and forth, because the onion skin is not really helping me in this case. And I need to make sure that the width of these light reflections are at least somewhat constant. Also not just wildly jumping around, but have some kind of sense. Okay, so far. Fourth. Over here we have the last one. Thank you, Fox. I kind of want to get used to call you Fox, that, or at least Psycho Fox, and not just say Psycho. Because without context, it sounds like I'm insulting somebody. I don't want to do that. Let me know if Fox alone is enough. I mean, I get it. I know that you're not a psycho with a Y, but it's still pronounced the same way. And somebody who is not reading the chat and not seeing the names might get confused. That's what I worry about, and I probably worry way too much about that sort of stuff. But oh well. Seems okay. Let's move on to the body. Would like to speed up a little bit more. Get this done this stream. Already have been streaming for almost 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's animation, that's just how it is. It takes a long time. But I want to have the satisfaction of finishing at least one full animation. That's the point. renaming everything. Don't get confused. I probably still have at least 1 hour more of streaming to do in order to finish this animation. At least a little while. Well, since I still have so much left, I probably should do a short little break. Because I think my body is training for that, so I'm saving here. And I will do some stretching for a few minutes. I will be right back. So don't go anywhere.
Unless you need to, of course.
I'm not here to tell you where you should or should not be. But yeah, we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Of course, I have to move the mic closer to me. There we go.
And Hoko is closer to us now. Hello, Hoko.
And I'm leaving the door open. I opened the window at another room to let in some cooler air. It's in the middle of the night right now, so the outside temperatures are lower now than my apartment temperatures. And now it makes sense to leave the windows open.
Wow. Yeah, meow meow.
No. Come. Stay up there. You've been wanting to cuddle next to me all day. And I'm not letting you.
I'm so mean. I know.
Switch over. Kitty cat.
Such a pretty kitty. Such a floof. Floof kitty.
You're such a good kitty. No. Stay up there.
Ah, getting frustrated. Boo boo. Boo boo boo.
Down in the front? Wonderful. Now everybody can see you very nicely. Wow! Impressive teeth. Yes, wonderful. Alright, let's get back to the drawing. So, put on all the base shading. Moving on. Fix this here, just a little bit. Let's go. One thing that I also prefer over TV Paint is that Clip Studio has a much nicer feeling stabilization. If to kind of explain it to you, the stabilization in TV Paint is like your pen is dragging a rope behind it, and on the end of the rope there is the actual pen that draws the line. So yeah, let's explain it. Like, this is the rope here. This is where my pen is right now, but the line is actually drawn right here. And so, as I draw, like I'm pulling the rope tight and therefore pulling the pen and drag it around like that. This is the stabilization, and the amount of stabilization just basically determines the length of this rope. And it doesn't feel great. Whereas the stabilization here in Clip Studio works differently. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think what it does is it just basically waits an amount of time and then just takes the average of like the shakiness that I normally did during the drawing and draws the line, the stabilized line for me. And it's much better this way. I think Photoshop also has some kind of stabilization, but it also, I think, works more like TV Paint with the rope thing. So yeah, for something like this here where you have to be very exact and make smooth lines and shapes, it is really, really helpful. It's one of the reasons why I switched from TV Paint to Clip Studio for animating. Oh, cool. You wanna cuddle here with me? I get it. But nobody can see you, other than maybe your tail. But you're just taking me longer to finish, Hoko. It's just the only thing that you're achieving. And then you have to wait longer until you can cuddle next to me. What you're doing is actually very counterproductive. Also like moving the little Mink intact with the music. Little guy is vibing. He's having a good time. Anyways. I'm sorry, a vibration alarm is going off because my phone is trying to remind me to take my vitamins. Which I'm not gonna do right now because I haven't eaten anything since... what? Since a long time. And it's normally... you should normally take your vitamins after you ate something. I'm not trying to follow that advice. Okay, once I'm done streaming, I'll immediately make myself something to eat. Ah. Now I'm thinking about food and it's making me even more hungry. Thank you, phone. Also, I want to say that I'm really happy with the playlist that I'm already having. There's so much good music in there. And all of these artists are great. Including Psycho Fox here. What I like about this playlist is that it has a wide variety of feelings to the songs. Like some of them are more calm and relaxing, and some are very upbeat and lively. And it gives variety to the stream, and also for myself. So like if it would be all calm and relaxing, then I might get too relaxed. Whereas if it's all like super energetic music, like retro wave, fast beats, that kind of stuff, then I might get tired at some point. Like it's too much activity all the time. If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, to read that, Psycho Fox. Yeah, it's not too relaxing, but also not too energetic. Like in my first stream, I think you were there. I had a lot of metal music in it, which was just a bit too much. Not only is metal a bit... it's not for everybody. I like it a lot, but I can totally understand it, that some people do not like it that much. And yeah. So I took it out of the playlist. I mean, right now there are some hard guitar sounds going, so this is not the best example, but this is as hard and like metal as it gets in my playlist, basically. It's kind of jolly pirate music. Yes. This is alright. Hmm. Good to read, Psycho Fox. Yeah. Good to know that I made good choices. Also, YouTube chat is back again. Welcome back on stream. For animating, it's not important that you're 100% perfect and make everything like the width of these light reflections are constant all the way. It doesn't matter if there's some kind of wobbliness to it. It's gonna be played in a very quick succession anyways. The small details are basically getting blurred out by the speed of the playback. So there's no point worrying about it too much. I'm also saying that in order to remind myself of that, because I tend to overdo it and try to be too perfectionist about certain things. I can definitely feel my hand hurting, my fingers. But I can't stop now. It's not that much left to do. Just the shading, and then I need to do the effects, which is gonna be real quick to do. It's just 3 frames. That's it. And also the shading on this platform, which also shouldn't take that long. And for this shading here, there aren't that many frames left. I was gonna say it's gonna be interesting to make the thumbnail for this stream. Because normally what I've been doing so far is take what I've been drawing during the stream and put it in the default thumbnail that I've made. Now how do I show an animation in a still image? But probably what I'm gonna do is just line up a bunch of frames next to each other. But yeah. Animated thumbnails are unfortunately not a thing. At least not yet. Who knows, maybe YouTube will actually implement this feature at some point. Animated thumbnails. I wouldn't be so sure what to think of it. What they already do is, like in the thumbnail, if you hover over it, they show you a short preview of the video, like a short part of the video. In a very like, compressed way. And one thing that I do have to say is I'm very impressed with the platforms like YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. Because during this whole pandemic I haven't really noticed any too major of the problems, other than like sometimes DDoS attacks and whatnot have been causing troubles. But in terms of server capacity and them getting overrun and overloaded, I don't really notice any of that. Or at least not too much. There have been a little bit of a issue as if in lowering the default quality here and there on some platforms. Other than that, that's quite impressive. I mean, also Google and Amazon and all of these companies that are behind these video platforms, they obviously should have the capacities, the means to increase those capacities. So there's, for example, a clear difference compared to, for example, Discord, where they don't have those huge capacities, and there was definitely a forced decrease in quality in streams and video calls, as far as I read. And I think at this point it also, these restrictions have been lifted. So yeah. And also interesting to see is, well, ever since the pandemic has started in March, and all the shutdown stuff, my views on my channel have been jumping up immensely, like almost twice as much than what they previously were. And I do not really see much of a decline of that increase. It's basically still the same as like it was in March on on most of my videos, which is interesting. It also goes to show that the pandemic is long from being over, and still a lot of people are staying home and, well, need to entertain themselves, and a lot of them are picking up drawing, therefore. So it's interesting, from like just looking at my numbers, I can kind of tell whether or not the pandemic is still ongoing or not. I'm definitely not happy that the pandemic is still going on. Well, at least one good thing comes out of it for me. Alright, and that should have been the last frame of that. Alright. Let's play it again. Again, it's very laggy at first, but as it plays more, it kind of fixes itself and gets smoother again. Alright, looks fine. All the frames are there. Sorry. Thank you, Psycho Fox. As you can see, this light reflection is stretching down way too much. Fix that. Hey there, CPR. How are you doing? When I sneezed, I said bless you. As I said thank you. Ah, okay. My secret has been revealed. Oh no. I can hear everything from my viewers. You're not watching me, I'm watching you. Yes, I'm using a drawing tablet, a Cintiq. You can also, if you're interested, read that among many other informations from my FAQ. It's a little bit further down in this document. And there you can read the frequently asked questions. Ah, you knew it. Oh. What made you suspect me? I was too careless. Get your your Apple's dad's tablet thing? What? No. Your dad's Apple tablet thing. Yeah, I heard that iPads are also very good for drawing. At least some of the new ones. I never tried them myself, so I have no idea. No personal experience. So I'm gonna fix this line here. Instead of making this one longer, maybe I should make the other ones shorter. I'm sorry if I'm especially quiet while I'm replaying these animations over and over again. But I'm trying to focus, and I'm always focusing on a different part of the drawing. Let's see if there's something off. Alright. Looks good enough. So, next up, I want to take care of the effects. Activating the sketch again, but only for the effects. Alright. am I gonna do it? Alright, CPR. So that's just for the clapping here. So what I want to do is I want to choose some kind of color. Which one shall it be? Maybe like a color gradient actually. Also I need to have black. That at first, actually. And then black. Go. Okay. And the color. No, Hopper. Stay up here, huh? Please. Purple. And blue. And there we go. And blue now. Hoko, come on. Stay in front of the camera. Please. Not only you don't want to cuddle right next to me all the time, but during the stream you are so needy. It's still fine, of course, but interesting to see how you behave so differently during my streams. And the idea is that I just do some outlining in the same colors. Very simple. Wait. Change. I'm just trying this out actually. I have no idea how it's gonna look like in the end. I do want to have some kind of brighter outlining for these black lines, so they properly show up in front of the background. But if that these colors don't work, I can just do white. Totally fine. Looks very colorful. Maybe I'm gonna make the colors a bit brighter though. Can't find your pen. Sorry about that. I do know the struggle of not being able to find my pen. So I have the tutorial show background here too, in order to make it better how it looks like. I think the outlines need to be brighter. Actually no. I'm gonna leave it like that. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. This again needs to be copied over and over again. Everywhere where there's gonna be the clap. Here's the song that our dear friend Psycho Fox made for me. Alright. Yeah, it's too laggy in order to see properly how it looks like. You know what? I'm gonna colorize the arrows. Yes, it is very fun to listen to, I absolutely agree. Yeah, makes it a bit more colorful, not just plain black for the lines.
Oh, okay. This is meow meow.
Alright, so the last thing that is still left is animating the shadow of the platform. I'm gonna increase it now to 100% opacity and move over to the shadows. All the way down here. It's the lowest layer. I'm a bit confused now because there should be an imported layer over here, but apparently there isn't. Oh, there should be. Oh, I don't have it activated. So there we go, set it to multiply, and that's... Wait, it is already set to multiply. Aren't you doing this properly? There we go. Just not in the folder, but below it. That was the problem. It's fixed now. Alright. So... okay. There is a cast shadow from the Mink itself. That needs to be for every single frame. I would say as it is just stretching up, I don't need to change this part of the shadow. But I do need to change it for the tail here. So that's what we're gonna do. Once again, getting confused as to where I am on the timeline. Alright. Actually, let me do this differently. In this case, I'm gonna copy and paste it over and over again. This is much easier. Just need to rename it all the freaking time, but oh well. It's fine. So here it's very simple. The tail is moving down ever so slightly, therefore there needs to be a little bit more shadow. I don't have to worry all too much about being accurate about it and thinking in detail how the shadow would be cast and what angles and whatnot. It doesn't matter. What's important is that it still follows the same movement as the tail. That's about it. So here there's gonna be some shadow cast downwards like so. And then bounce up again. What am I doing here? Back up, so now I just need to subtract. This medley is from a very beautiful game that I also would like to play at some point on Twitch. Very beautiful game, but also very tear-inducing. Huh? Weird. Yeah. There we go. I do have to say that those streams are very good for my productivity though, because otherwise I would have never sat down and drew for like, at this point, 7 hours straight. Normally I would take longer breaks. Like, in terms of taking breaks, I'm not doing so well, that's for sure. Although I'm doing a little bit better than the previous streams. But yeah, I'm definitely doing well in terms of progress, and that's good. I also need to make sure that it is would transition well into the default position. So you see that the position, like how far it's gonna reach, is up until this point for the default position of the tail. And so I have to make sure that when the tail is back about the same position, like about here, that it's gonna end up in the same spot. The shadow, that is. This one is a bit less showing up. And then the next frame would be basically just the same, like the default position. Alright, good enough. Dreams are really fun. Yes, they are, absolutely. Hanging out is nice. Certainly different from the videos, yeah. The videos are definitely very different because almost everything in my videos is scripted. I need to have it scripted in order to have some decent quality, because if I would improvise everything from the beginning, then you would have a quality that's basically just the first couple of tutorials that I made. So not very good. Later I found out that if I just script everything, it's gonna be much better, and I worried too much about, you know, being authentic and personal. I mean, it is a bit more personal if everything is improvised, for sure. But it's not impossible to have some kind of authenticity in a script. Like, if I let in my own personality into the script, I can still do, like, make it a bit more personal, if that makes sense. So it's just about being good or terrible at writing. That's just how it is. And yes, also streams are very fun. I listen to streams and watch streams all the time when there are some up. It is very different from videos, that's for sure. And over the years, I've gotten more comfortable with being also active in stream chats. Like some years ago, I never said anything in any kind of chat, and I've just been watching. But now, at least, I'm just dropping in and say hi and how are you doing and that kind of stuff, and I don't feel awkward doing that anymore. Because there is not really a reason, and for the most part, like, people are grateful if somebody's talking to them during the stream, and you know, it's nice if people ask how you're doing. Like, there's no reason to get annoyed by it or anything, so my social anxiety is just telling me nonsense there. Yeah, watching streams is always also inspiring me to do more streams myself. And I've been kind of worried that I'm too boring or too awkward during my streams. And I'm still, like, I would say I still am. But I'm getting better, and it's not like I'm terrible, otherwise I would have no viewers, obviously. So having some viewers is a kind of feedback for me. But I'm always trying to improve myself, and also trying to improve my talking skills, the stream itself, and how it's constructed, and all that kind of stuff. What did Psychofox says? The water tutorials was awesome. The information on storytelling, honestly, one of my favorite tutorials, and not just from the whole platform. Oh, that is very flattering. Thank you. The water drop tutorial was definitely very special. It was very different from the previous ones and had a lot of extra information that was not really necessary for drawing. So the actual part that was just drawing was a very small part of the tutorial. But I personally like that kind of style, I do have to say. Of just giving a lot of extra information that you normally don't hear in other tutorials. That's the point. I want to make something that is not just like all of the other tutorials, but I want to make something that is very different, very unique. My own has my own kind of touch to it. And well, I am more of a like an analytical guy and scientific, and so I bring it into my videos, and it's not for everybody, for sure. I'm sure that a lot of people just want to have a drawing tutorial and don't want to listen to that scientific stuff and just get bored by it. And that's just how it's gonna be. I can't please everybody, and that's not the point of anyways. Some people like it a lot, like you, apparently. That's great, and I'm very, very happy about it. And if people don't like it, then I don't get depressed by it and immediately, oh, my videos suck, and I suck, and I should be more like the others. No, that's not the point. That's the wrong way to think. Just going my own way and do the best I can. So, and I'm also almost done here. I just want to do the last couple of touches here and there. This drop shadow makes it way more three-dimensional, like showing that the Mink is actually sitting there. Alright. The butt looks a bit wobbly, but oh well, that's fine. I'm just gonna leave it like that. So I want to make sure that the connection here is fine. Ah, yeah, okay. Need to correct something. Because this light reflection is not stretching all the way down. One layer. Alright. I would like to do a live playback, but you know it's gonna be laggy. Like I'm trying it here, but well. Trying to focus and see if there's anything that catches my attention. One small thing, and that is I haven't added this layer yet. There we go. Thank you, Psycho Fox. Alright. I would say it's good. It's good enough. If there is something that catches my attention and needs to be corrected, I can do that at any time later, and I will just do it off stream. It needs to be finished until the next tutorial, so there is still plenty of time. It doesn't need to be 100% finished right now. So, wonderful. Just gonna let it play, even though it's laggy. Whatever. But I'm done here. My butt hurts. But it was worth it. Alright. That has been very productive. Over 7 hours. And I did one of the animations. And this was just the rendering. I don't even include the sketch part of it. The sketching that I did before the stream. So yeah, you can kind of see how long that kind of stuff takes and how much work time is in the already existing animations that you can see in my videos. So yeah, there are quite a lot of hours in there, but I'm proud of how it turned out. To some degree at least. Alright then, that was so far my longest stream. I have been planning that. But it's just how it works out. So I'm gonna be back with another stream probably next week, because I want to stream more often. I'm having fun with it, and progressively more so. I'm getting better at it too. And also, it's very good for my productivity, as I pointed out before. And next time I wanna do the next animation. And yeah, it's probably gonna be three streams in total after all. Because I don't wanna have a 7-hour stream again next week. So the next stream is gonna be shorter than that, because the next animation is also a bit shorter, a bit easier to do. At least I think so. Yeah, for example, like I can reuse the tail animation, and so that's gonna be a huge time save. But yeah, that's gonna be the plan. I might, like next week I want to do the animation stream, but I might mix in another kind of stream in between the second and third, just to do something different, and it's not just animation all the time. Mix it up a little bit. Oh, Hoko, stay a little bit longer here in front of the camera. We're finishing it up, so you can stay here a bit longer, okay? Alright, so that's the plan. And yeah, I mean, you can stay updated on Discord and all the social media stuff, of course. The links are down below in the description, as always. Both and on Twitch and YouTube. If you have a Twitch account and you do like my stream, then maybe consider following me on Twitch too. Also because I might do some gaming streams in the future, but those would be Twitch exclusive. So you have to follow me on Twitch in order to get notifications for that. But of course, on the social media like Twitter and stuff and so on, I will also write about it. And yeah, so that's it. I wish you all a wonderful day or night. Hoko is getting crazy over here. Say goodbye, huh? Kitty cam. There we go. And yeah, see you next week. Till then, have a good one. Bye bye.